Hi there. I don't know why the bot doesn't work anymore. I mean, something works. Hi, it's me, Scott. Still haven't cleaned my office. Still haven't shaved my beard. What can I say? What a season it has been in the Variant Sudoku competitive arena. We had very exciting competitive. Wasn't competitive at all. It was me trying to solve Sudoku last night, but it was really fun. I had to switch to ASMR mode partially through. Sorry, Zillow just sent me a house. Better check on this. Looks nice. I don't want a house with carpet. That's the main problem. And everybody knows you can't remove. I don't like these shingles. Sorry, it's a no. I'm just going to choose not to buy this $400,000 house just because I don't like the shingles. Carpet. I mean, it's a cute house. Got a little back porch. Got a strange... Is that a weird little basement dungeon? That's kind of cool. Wow, look at that little office nook. Sorry, I'm just caught up in this house. Where is it? Where's this house? I'll take it. I don't need money. Can't buy a house. It's way south. It's not actually like outrageously south. It's pretty freaking south, but it's not outrageously south, and it's not outrageously east. You could almost imagine living here. Okay, anyway, sorry. Hi. Hello, everyone. What if I just got a bunch of chat GPTs? That's kind of weird because if we switch here, I think the tomatoes are behind the bot. I want to do a couple things today. So I've got to go into the shop tomorrow. Not my shop, it's a shop, but it's where half of a CNC router I own lives. And whoa, Schlabberman. Hello. Thanks for the follow. I don't know how to say your name. No idea. I feel like the look of my stream is not at all-time low, honestly. We got to work on this. So I was thinking about the pixel panel. We do also want to make the cute little robot. We actually do need to deploy heat, but I'm going to do that later. So what were we doing? The main thing... Yeah, this thing sucked. Yeah, how's it going? How are you doing today? Like... So the face bracket was a bad idea, right? That was not a good... That wasn't very good. How did this work? I remember we tried to make it parametric, right? It's all coming back to me. I think this face bracket was not good, and I think I want it to go away, because I think that was not a, well, let me just go back in time a little. I have a song from Grease 2 stuck in my head, Cool Writer. I think I'm going to record a kind of melancholy piano version of Cool Writer from my friend Jates, who loves Grease 2. So, why is this untitled? Let's maybe rename it. So the main thing I need to decide is like the dimensions of this panel for two reasons. And I'm hung up on this, like in terms of just product design and the way a person should design a product. Kind of bad at it. But what I have in mind, so I mean, we feel pretty confident about our ability to print a bunch of these diffusers, right? The issue is like the overall footprint of this object. So I think we made it such that, like with user parameters, I think we made it so that we could do something like this, 16 by 16. Is this going to actually parametrically do cool stuff? Seems to be struggling, but it... I don't understand why it struggles so much with this, honestly. It can't be that hard. Also, I don't understand why I haven't, you know, updated to the new computer that's just sitting in the living room, but I kind of understand that. I have a job starting next week. What am I going to do? So a very quick trip to New York City coming up. This says Google paid me for something. Does that mean somebody actually bought? Does it mean somebody's been buying Velotic on Google? I'm expecting ones of dollars. So apparently our little diffuser layer plan, that's tricky actually. I don't know how you could do that. I think what you'd have to do is extrude it and then use the like extrude one. I'm not being articulate. Extrude one little diffuser dude, and then based on that single extrusion, do the rectangular pattern. Okay, so the main issue that I am concerned with, given that this thing we've constructed, so I would like to try to do a 16 by 16 here. I think that would be cool. I would like to, can I dimension this? To edit the sketch. Okay, it's already dimensioned. The thing I'm worried about is looking at this. The footprint of the actual screen is some fun number. Whatever it is, 533.3333333. What is the actual way to calculate this? I think it was something like, it's like 1,000. Gosh, what is it? Something like 5 meters divided by 150 is kind of the stride, and then it was that times 16. And that's how we got this. And if we did this in inches, so it's basically 21 inches. Like the footprint of just the screen, I think it's fair to say that, right? Like it's 20.997. I think it's fair to just say, like, hey, we're gonna just call that. We call that 21 inches. The issue is the place I want to put it, excuse me, is back here. We have just under 22 inches. Excuse me. And so, you know, adding a 1/2 inch border on both sides is going to cause problems. Pardon me, I need to go grab a tissue. We'll be right back. It's me. Really pale lately. I think I'm turning into a vampire. It's the Portland winter, but the sun is starting to shine, starting to be springy. Spring is springing. It's very exciting. Okay, what were we talking about? We were talking about the issue here is that it will be extremely close. like kind of outrageously close. If we add, like, what is the nominal, like, actual of half-inch plywood is like, you know, whatever. It's 0.45. Or like basically 18 millimeter. That's not right. That's 3/4. 15/32. So, you know, I guess what we take away from that is it's a hair under. Officially 12 millimeters and 12.5 instead of 12.5 millimeters. So I want to think about this a little bit because I would like to have the full screen exposed. In other words, I don't want the screen cropped. And what I'm thinking is like cutting a, what'd you call that? I guess just dado. In kind of a little box frame so that there's a back plate that kind of slides in. And if the depth of this was essentially 1/8 of an inch. But we're not trying to crop the screen. So really, we end up with 24 millimeters is 0.94 inches. So it would be extremely close. Like, I think it's too close. Like it's just not quite gonna fit there, which is which is a bit frustrating, right? Because I think that's like that's not true. Sorry, it's 7/8. It would be 0.875, and we're pushing 0.94. So if that's the case, what do we do? That's where I want it. Could go thinner on that, but it starts to get pretty tricky. So that's annoying. It's that close. So just thinking about like what are the alternatives here? The issue with going down to, and what if it was 3/8? Is that the solution? Three-eighths plywood, and then we have an 1/8 inch depth groove. That's very minimal. Like that's a very minimal groove. It's not crazy. Could work. That would essentially mean, I mean, you could go halfway through that, I guess. Like cut a 3/16. It'd make the wall pretty thin, but we'd probably like glue the base up. It's just, kind of need to really think about it because I want to buy the material tomorrow, and I need to know whatever that excess is, right? Like if I'm gonna say that that doesn't sound crazy to me. Like whatever the dimension we have here is, which what did I say it is? Whatever I said it is. It could really just sit on the back and have the little slots there. I mean, it's less of a... So, what is that? That ends up being 9 millimeters, 3/8. Is that sufficient? That is sufficient. It's gonna be pretty sturdy. An 1/8 just doesn't seem like that much to sit in a little groove. 3/8. 3/8. Mr. Plywood shows stuff online. Come on, Mr. Plywood. And it's easy enough to cut all this other stuff down. The real question is like trying to cut down if I buy some of that fancy that fancy black acrylic, this stuff. Like if I wanted to buy some of this. I prefer to not cut it down. I mean, if, you know, actually I got to think about the tolerances of their cuts. That's pretty tolerant. I think I can deal with 0.06. Oops. Cut to size orders currently take 1 to 2 days. So say I got 1/8, and say I got what did we say? We said 21 inches. Really close to 21 inches, right? Because that'd be 533.4. I mean, I think it's fair to call it 21 inches, right? I think we can live with ourselves. And if we got 21 inches, and then... Why can't I type in this box? 2, 1, because it's doing some incredibly slow JavaScript calculation, or... So it's 21 by 21, and then we need an 1/8 on both sides, so that's a quarter. That's a quarter. So that would be $30. Because the other question is like, or do I do the thing I've lost? Do I try, is it wiser to just get a piece for this little guy first? Whatever the dimensions of that were. Which was something like 6 inches, right? I mean, it's at 33 measurement times 4. So it's something like 5 1/4. 5,000 divided by at 150 times 4 millimeters in inches. Yeah, it's about 5 1/4. And so doing 5 1/4. Problem is, I think there's kind of a minimum, you know, like it's like $15 for that little piece, but I think you can get. I don't know if that's worth it. Also, you can get a 4x4 sample. I mean, it's probably smart to try to build the small version before I build the big version, right? Although the dramatically bigger version is less than twice the cost of this. So I could also just be like, I'm just going for it. Hi guys, how's it going? What is the best life hack ever? Burger King? The KFC, whatever that thing is called? Chum bucket? Use metric? I tend to, like, I've been moving towards that for sure. I've definitely been moving towards metric. The issue for me personally, I'm getting there. Like, I've been doing all my CAD drawings in metric. The issue for me is I don't have the same intuition for metric, and particularly in woodworking, like, fractional inches are just kind of like are pretty standard because you don't need super high precision. So I mean, I could switch this to 3 millimeters, and I could switch this to whatever 534, but then I also need to add 6 millimeters to that, essentially. So I just don't have the intuition with it. I agree with you. I in no way am implying that Imperial is better than metric. I think everything Americans do with everything, especially numbers, is terrible. All of the, like, units, all of the way the units are formatted is all terrible. So totally agree with you on that, but being raised with Imperial measurements, it's just more intuitive to me, you know? Like, I know what an 1/8 of an inch is. I know what a 1/16 of an inch is. I don't quite have that intuition in metric yet. So I really am working on it, but it's slow. And like a lot of stuff like this, like with materials purchased in the US, are going to default to English. Actually, these people will take metric, but to default to Imperial. So I'm a bit worried about, like, tolerances and such here. I feel like it would be smart of me to try to build a small version first, even though I don't really want to. So what did we say for this? An inch is 2.54. Well, you know, it's funny actually, like on that topic, an inch has no meaning of its own. An inch is defined in metric now, which is pretty funny. Like, an inch has no intrinsic meaning other than it is 25.4 millimeters. That's it. I mean, like, that is how an inch is defined. So, you know, it's meaningless in itself. It's a long way around of using metric. I've internalized that pretty well. 25 millimeters, it's about an inch. Like, that kind of conversion I'm getting to. It's just not super fast for me, and I always have to think about it a little bit. But I'm trying. So I'm just worried about trying to build this the way I'm imagining it. And it feels like it might be wise, even though it kind of feels like a waste of material, or like, and it feels expensive a little bit to make these choices. It's probably wiser to build it small scale. The only thing I'm worried about is if I go with that and I go with the 3/8 inch borders, which is essentially 9 millimeters. And then I prop 9 millimeters in. That's 6 millimeters on both sides. On the outside. So my overall, that's not new. That's not true, actually. Because I'm saying I'm going to oversize it. So it really is 18 millimeters on top of the 21 inches. It's really close. I mean, I think it would just barely fit over there, right? Like, very little margin for error, but I think it could work. Harry, how's it going, buddy? Pain meds. How are you feeling, by the way? Are you doing any better? Okay. Well, hey. Terry, I can't believe you missed last night's extravaganza. The greatest moment of my Sudoku career. The personal triumph, the crowd going crazy. It was a beautiful moment. No, I don't blame you. It's really okay. It was just funny that Owen basically tricked me into doing a 4-star Kodak puzzle. But I did it. I certainly had some coaching. But it was very funny. And having to finish it in ASMR mode was very funny. Okay, so what do we do? The problem is it's not easy to get to the plastic store, and so like if I'm gonna go there, do I build the small loser version first? Probably wise to build the small loser version first, right? In which case I would get 5 1/4. And then I would add an 1/8 to both sides of that, is what I would do. So it would be five and a quarter, an 1/8. Gosh, okay, I gotta think about this a little bit. This is the size of the actual cover. And then we want an additional 8 on both sides. So that's another 1/4 of an inch total, which takes us up to 5 1/2. Is that true? I think that's true. So what I'm imagining, here's my imagination. Gosh, what's the kerf on a table saw blade? If it was an 1/8 inch, that would make life really easy. Imagining like building sort of just a square box, no top, no bottom, have slots in it that an 1/8 inch piece of material kind of can slide into. You know what I mean? Where the interior dimension of that box is exactly 5 1/4 inches with 1/8 inch dados on both sides. And that gives us a place to slide in the assembly is going to kind of suck. I mean, it's going to be a little fragile. Unless we really design in a way where it's like, oh, you can always slide in the, that's hard. Med's taken. Congratulations. Poggers, I'm glad you're still alive. So let's plan to get this tomorrow. We'll just plan to get this. Right? Kind of want to make a new heat visualization also today, but I think we're gonna get this. We're gonna get this, right? This is what we're doing. Never mind that message. Wait, was that your password? Did you just accidentally type your banking password in? I can't believe Kage's just typed his banking password in the chat. Okay, so we just need to go to the bank of where? I forgot where you're from. Is it Denmark? The Netherlands? We go to the Bank of the Netherlands. Username Kages. Password. Got it. We're in. Wait, it's less incriminating if it's the bank? Uh-oh, what is it really? Okay, friends. I get so stuck on decisions like this. It's smarter to make it's smarter to make the test version. Definitely is. Excuse me. Sorry, so snotty. We'll make the test version and that'll be that. Right? I think that's the thing to do. It's the thing to do. I don't want to, but it's the thing to do. And for the big version, if that works, we'll solve all the problems for it. We'll have the cute little version. Then do we make an 8x8 version or we just go for the gold? I feel like once we solve the, once we figure it out, it won't be too hard. I'm sorry, I'm so snotty today. Goodness. Oh, awesome, Terrier. You mean thanks to Life is Yours telling you how to do the thing that I suggested? So really, it's all thanks to me. I'm just kidding. Life is Yours is a tremendously helpful person, generous with his time. Okay. We're going to make the tiny version. I've decided, right? I should have brought more tissues. Should have also bought Fusion when it was on sale. Hey, there's Life is Yours. I also don't understand why one of these, like one side of this is not dimensioned. It's not weird. Doesn't that seem weird? Why would that be true? That center relative? Who knows? Or I guess it's all relative to... Yeah, relative to this corner. Why do you think that... Isn't this a coincident point or whatever, however you define it? Oh my gosh, sorry for the congestion. Oof. This is, I'm making the panel. I'm making the panel you inspired me to make, the LED panel, yeah. Why don't I make a big one? Like a really big one. But I think it's smarter for me to fully make the small one first. Try to decide if it's actually worth it for me to model it all in CAD. Excuse me. It's true. Life is Yours held your hair back. I need some tissues. So, I mean, we could try to model the whole thing. I don't really want to. The problem is like annoyingly, the free version of AutoCAD, you can only have 10 documents. The way that I would prefer to do that is to do it as a bunch of different components and then assemble them. But then you need a lot more editable documents. Do I have the matrix? I mean, I printed the small one, the 4x4, and for the big one, I just need to tile them. So it's easy enough. I'll do some work on that model, but the idea is easy. And it's not, oh, the LED, I'm just using LED strips because it's way cheaper. This is the 4x4. It's much less expensive to just do. this. I did consider for practice to like make a PCB and have them do the surface mount everything. I don't know, if for whatever reason this becomes like everybody loves it, wants to buy it, it's not gonna happen. But excuse me, sorry for the sniffles. Then I'll design little boards. Do I want to try to design this? I mean, you know, in terms of making the actual assembly, I really don't, honestly. It's too, it would be really expensive, and it's way more dense than I need. It's way cheaper to do the strips. Because I deliberately don't want it super dense. I want really big pixels for this one. And I don't have to worry about power as much. But maybe someday. I mean, once I have it all figured out, it wouldn't be too hard to like, this is, the intention here is that this is parametric so that I could like fully do the parametric stuff. I mean, do we want to try to do this? It's just so annoying. The, ugh. I don't really want to. 500. This one is 534 millimeters by 534 millimeters. So basically the whole width of the space I have back on this wall. So the whole thing will kind of fit end to end and just be a square that fits back here. 21 inches by 21 inches for people with bad standards. A little over half a meter. A little over 50 centimeters, 54 centimeters. Yeah, so it's gonna be pretty big. But it won't be, it will only be 256 LEDs. So it'll be the same number of LEDs that are in one of the small panels, but it'll be much bigger. And so it won't be quite as crazy in terms of power. I'm trying to think of the components. How would I want to do this? The thickness is 3/8. Yeah, it's designed. Well, I set it to be parametric, so I called it the LED stride, but it's basically strip length, LEDs per meter. So I know that the sort of like spacing is exactly what the spacing is on the LED strip, and so everything comes parametrically from here. And if I switch to a more dense LED strip, all I have to do is change that, and it will automatically update the drawing, which is fairly cool, I think. No, I can basically print 4x4 pieces, and it will take 16 of these. I mean, maybe I could print something bigger, but 4x4 is a multiple that will make sense on a 16x16. I think what I'm gonna do, I don't know. I think I would like to go through this, but just not right now. Well, that's what I'm avoiding drawing here, but it'll be a little something like this. So we will have two I don't know if you can share parameters across a project or like across that's an interesting question. Anyway, make a sketch, and for now we will just be silly, and we will say it's a 2-point rectangle. So one of them, why do you do this? I really don't understand why Fusion sometimes just does not want to snap to things. That is so annoying. Why? I don't even know what to call it, but like, why? Like cursor not following mouse. Zoom out and zoom back again. That's so stupid. Like, that's a pretty important thing, right? To like, it sucks. Like, why? And it's not just that it's drawing in the wrong place, because it will. Lame. That sucks. Anyway, so this ends up being. This is a little hard to calculate. It's whatever that interior dimension is. That interior dimension is going to have an extra 1/8 inch. It's going to be basically like 1,000 divided by 150. Times 4. Shoot, that was supposed to be, dang it, millimeters. Now that's going to be an insane dimension. Fusion, you make me mad sometimes. I kind of like you, but you also make me angry. Okay, let's try this again. Millimeters. Will you actually let me snap where I want to snap? Look how slow it is, too. Like, why is it so slow? Okay, what do we say? 1,000 divided by 1,500 divided by 150, I mean, times 5. I really zoomed in that much. Why? You're so stupid. You're so stupid. Okay, one more try. This one is going to be that 1,000 divided by 150. That's like our LED stride times the number of LEDs, which in this case is 4. So that's the kind of interior width, and we're going to sandwich this. So we need plus 2 times 3/8 of an inch, which is going to be sort of weird. That's not right. We need this. We need to additionally have plus 3/8. Can you not mix units in here? Times 2 times 1 inch or something? Do we have to do it like this? Okay, maybe that's right. The height is going to be sort of arbitrary. I don't actually know. We'll call it. This is extremely wrong. How could this be so wrong? Let's see. How could this be this wrong? That's for 4 LEDs. Shouldn't this be... What am I missing here? What did I do wrong? No. How could this possibly only be? Am I losing my mind? One meter divided by 150 LEDs times 4. I mean, shouldn't this alone be what? What's going on here? Oh, is it one? I'm sorry. It's 150 for the whole 5 meter run. That's what it is. It's 5 meters. That's what we want. It still seems very small. But 5 1/4 inches in millimeters, right? 133. Okay, that's correct. So this seems too tall, maybe. I mean, I'm going to keep this the same dimension because it's what we're going to use otherwise. So we'll have one of these that is this dimension, which we'll just call this 50 millimeters. And then we'll have one of these that is essentially the same thing, but why can't you snap? Oh my gosh. That's just amazingly infuriating. It's so stupid. Oh my gosh. Incredible. Incredible. Incredibly bad. Okay, so this is going to be 50 millimeters. This will be the that same thing, 5 meters divided by 150 LEDs times 4 LEDs. Okay, but we need this one to also have an additional 2 times 3/8 of an inch. We should make all this parametric, but whatever. Times 1 inch. And then these will both be extruded. Should really make this a component. This will be extruded 3/8 of an inch. Well, I can't do that. Why not? What? Funny. Okay. Anyway, so that will be one of our components. Then we'll have a separate extrusion for this. 3 times 8 times 1 inch. So these will be the sides, and what we will need, or what I'm imagining at least, is I mean, I don't know what to do with this other than just kind of like fix it in place, but we want the center points of these probably. It's definitely not really the right way to do this. I'm going to make that a construction line. And we need to add a little dado that will mirror across that axis. So stupid. Should be. Why? I don't know. Why is it so bad? Why is everything so bad? Jacqueline, how's it going, buddy? How did your interview go? Okay, so we want this. Certainly a better way to do this. This thing floating in space, I actually really don't like doing that. I actually hate doing that, so I'm not going to do it. That's what I've decided. And we'll just make a new sketch for it, because there's no we don't really gain anything from that other than making things a little bit annoying. So that will be the long piece. And what we're gonna want is like, there's probably a proper way to like add a dado. I cannot, this snapping is driving me insane. How is this not working? So there's no like real solution here other than, yeah, sorry, it's bad software. Sorry, our software's bad. No, I'm not very far away. I'm definitely not that far away. I don't think it's floating point errors. I mean, interestingly, it's definitely a snapping issue, right? Don't know, y'all. I want a midpoint between the midpoint. Can I have that? I mean, I don't really care that much where this is situated, honestly. It's just a dado. So we could do, it's broken again. Toggle snapping seems to fix it. I don't know. Fix it. I didn't want that to be construction. I mean, this will have a specific height that we want. I don't know how I want to do this, honestly. We will want it. Let's do it like this. This is probably a pretty silly way to do this, but like if we just make a rectangle, this is driving me insane. Okay, if we just have a rectangle here, that's not the place to do it. We just have a rectangle in here, and then we give this a height. Oops. Of this will be 1/8 inch because that's the thickness of the material we're using. Oopsie, 1/8 inch, 1/8 inches, 1/8 times 1 inch, and then we give a, what is with, geez, leave me alone, everybody. How funny when I have had no work for so long, suddenly people reaching out. Senior Unity developer. Wow, the project starting 3 days ago? Sorry, can't do it. Okay, and then we said this height is gonna be whatever. Something like this, just to add a little dado. Can we mirror in here? Like, can I mirror this along this line? Isn't it weird? I feel like there's been a couple good pieces of software. Like there's many, I would say that many, if not most, of the old school Unix command line tools that do exactly one thing are pretty good pieces of software, right? I think those are not bad. Is that fair to say? Okay, and then what are we doing? So this is really taking my time with this one. Sorry. Now what we need to do is, based on this sketch, we want these two buddies. And we want to extrude, I guess. This I actually have a hard time with. I don't know the right way to do this. I want to start here. Can I do that? Okay, I can. And this is going to be negative 1/8 times 1 inch. So I can't believe it took me that long to just make this thing. But basically, we have one of these, and then we want essentially the exact same thing, which I never really know the best way to do this. But we want that, and And then we want another one of those. We just kind of want to make the same. I know there's a better way to do this. But essentially the exact same thing, except this width should not have this little offset. And then we kind of want to go through the same business in terms of the extrude. Oops. And this will be 3/8 times 1 inch. And we will also need to grab its little bottom. And we want to do the extrude here, from here, negative 1/8 times 1 inch. Now, it's weird for me to mix units, but okay, sorry, we wanted to start here. Why do you think that? What did I do wrong? We want to start. Those are the profiles. Start here. And I want to go negative 1/8 times 1 inch. No? Try this again. Here, I want that. Give me my profiles. I want this profile and this profile, right? I want to extrude from this object here. How it works? No clue. 1/8 times 1 inch. So now we get these little datas. Actually, we should have made this a new component. Why can't that be in, wait, what? Why can't this could be a new component? Why? What? What? How? Hang on. Oh, we got this weird. Okay. So those bodies ended up in a new component. Why didn't this? Am I just not able to do that now that I've done other stuff? Weird. Okay, let's try that again. Can I do it now? No. Can I delete all of these things and go back to this point, select these profiles, extrude them? Now I can. Cool. That's 3/8 times 1 inch. And that is a new component. And then, I don't get it. Also, why are we offset flying in the sky? Why are we offset flying in the sky? That's a little weird, right? Why? Just me, or are we like flying in the sky? That's the longer one. That's the shorter one. In this land, we want this component selected, I guess. Is that the whole issue? I think I've made a mess of this file, honestly. But hey, let's just try. We grab this and grab this, do an extrude from this face down negative 1/8 times 1 inch. I don't know. I don't know. But so where did that other extrude live? Is it not in the component? Do I switch to this component? It is. I don't know, man. Okay, whatever. We got rails. So the thing that's annoying is this the long rail. We gotta be careful of our component names. Short rail. Short rail. Long rail. We got some rails. And the thing I want to do, I guess, I don't think so. I think you should do it. I mean, it feels like a thing you could at least prototype relatively quickly, right? I mean, honestly, that doesn't sound too far off from some of the stuff Rendered Senseless was doing with that crazy world that you could go into and it would just populate it with NPCs. And the NPCs would like have emotions about the other NPCs. Like, Dracula, I think you should. I think the thing is, you should quit your job and work full time on Rendered Senseless. Okay, so then we want a new design. Do we? And this is going to be like the assembly. I don't really know how to do this, but hey. I'm at the limit of my editable documents, but we're going to do what we can. I'm going to insert, I think we want to insert derive rails. It's going to be a little weird. I don't really know how to do this, but it's weird that the sketches just got dumped here, like not in the component, which seems not cool. But I guess, oh, I'm selecting. I see. I'm selecting what I want. Wait, I want this component and this component. Okay. So now we have the rails, cool rails, and we will do what? That's going to be 95 degrees, and it's going to be negative, oh boy. This is, I don't know, this is hard, actually. We're going to try to like do the assembly thing, so let's not even worry about that yet. There's going to be that piece, and it's going to be mirrored. If anyone's wondering, I do not know what I'm doing, but I'm doing my best. We want to create, I want to be able to mirror, let's capture that position, to mirror it on this plane, right? So we've got that, that's very exciting. We then need to take the short rail, we want to also move it, rotate it on 2 axes. I assure you there's a better way to do this, but let's just pop it back 5 inches. I think this will be cool if we can make it work. I mean, I just don't really know what I'm doing, but that seems wrong, right? Where is the grid, by the way? How did we do this so wrongly? So we got that derive. This position, I question. I mean, what I actually probably want is, like, what is my selection? Just the middle of this thing? Then can I snap that to something meaningful? I would like to. Like, really have that on the grid in some way that seems sane. It doesn't really matter if we're going to do assembliness, but, you know, well, that's not good. Nope. Like you know, be kind of nice to, well, it'd be kind of nice if you did something that a sane person, what are you doing? Why are you not snapping here? Anybody? Like, can I just move this point to position? Point to position. I don't have a position. Point to position. I want to select the point. Oh, there's not a point. Weirdly, you can do point to point, but not. Oh boy, I don't know. Is it me? It's probably just me. But to me, it feels like you should be able to snap this to somewhere that makes sense to you. That's just my personal opinion. Like that I should be able to take this and snap it to 0, 0, basically. Like an absolute position 0, 0, 0. But it's not snapping to anything, seemingly. Do I have snapping off? Snap to grid is definitely turned on. And not really what I wanted, but maybe that's just what we get. Man, I could probably live with this. And then we need to move this. And we're going to have similar weird issues with our lives, but I think it's okay. Well, so we definitely want to, these two rotations, move this way back. And then I would like to, like, how do you capture this? That's a thing that's important, right? Like, even if I do point to point, it would be kind of cool. Point to, I can pick that point, but I can't pick the origin again. Is it because I'm not showing the origin or something, or because the origin's hidden? Ah, okay. So that's good. And then now we want to move this body from, I mean, I don't really care. Just get it out of my face. I mean, I actually do care a little bit. I don't know. Okay, and then we're going to do a mirror. It would probably be worth my time to like try to actually learn to use this software a little bit, but I don't know. I've made it this far in life. Just figuring things out. Probably figure stuff out. So then what we need, I guess we need to, this is annoying. We have to mark all these things. We want the like the base kind of thing. And we want a sketch. This should be easy because this should be, I mean, we don't have any other dimension shared right now and that's all kind of sucks, but this is definitely what? This is definitely our weird dimension, 5,000 divided by 150 times 1 millimeter. That's for sure. No, 5,000 divided by 150 times 4 times 1 millimeter plus 1/8 times 2 times 1 inches. That's 1/8 of an inch on both sides. And this document, I do want to be in millimeters. No, this is the box for the little LED panel. I do want to work on the bot box. That's actually what I meant to work on today, but now CAD has bullied me into working on this. Does this seem right? I think this is right. And then this dimension will be identical. And again, this is a terrible way to do this, but we will have this, and then we can do our extrusion of this, and this will be 1/8 times 1 inch. So now we end up with this little 1/8 of an inch panel, which can also be our 1/8 of an inch LED panel, I guess. Or like the base. And then we will, what? Mark this as read only. Mark read only. Can you duplicate? If I copy this, create a copy here, and then rename it to a different thing. That's the acrylic layer. We have all of these read-only things, and then in the assembly, oh, this is gonna work, but let's try it. We will drop in the base. And let's just leave the base at the origin, I guess. And then I think the idea is, and this is pretty weird, I honestly don't know exactly the right way to do this, but I know we can create, like, we basically want to connect the center point of this to the center point of this. And we get a cool animation. Cool. And then we just need to, I'm sure there's a more appropriate way to do this. Cannot overstate that. But we just want a relationship. Like, I don't know how to do it other than joints. Okay, J is a joint. So center point to center point. Cool. And these should work such that these sides are now captive, captive within these adjacent side panels. So you see how this is just going to fit in here, and then I'll just screw through here. I will have that's not very classy to have the exposed dado. It's not classy. Nobody wants an exposed dado. What an embarrassment. Anyway, then you do the same thing here with the J for joint. Kind of handy to define all of these simultaneously, but what happened? Try it again. J. We want that center point. That. Why? That's weird. Is that weird? Why is that true? I mean, I guess another thing I could have done here that would have required fewer joints is to mirror after the fact. What is this? I really don't understand why we had an issue with like, what is different about this joint versus our other joints? Did I accidentally enable some other something? It's just this in isolation seems fine. We've got our little captive sides, and we've got our little captive bottom. Is there something in my mirror? Did I do something wrong with that? Here. Must be something about how I did the mirror, that particular mirror. I don't understand, unless it was something weird and it like was not the right origin or something, or it was like an origin from inside the file, or excuse me, like that seemed weird. Something about the way I did the mirror was bad. Yeah, see how one mirror is a... So maybe the issue is that this is actually supposed to be a... mirror. We want to mirror. Why can't I see the short rail? Oops, because we placed it here. Something about the way I inserted the base seems problematic. I don't really understand what the problem is, though. I don't understand all these extra moves either. I'd rather not have moves and have this just as like a captured position. But I don't know how to do that. Anyway, you get the idea, I hope. That like we have these little datas and they'll all fit together. I don't like the visible datas at the end is not great. That's kind of sucky. There's ways around it. I could cut on the CNC router. Yeah, I could just cut it on the CNC router, I guess. It would take way longer. Less scary than cutting on the table saw, cutting the datas. Anyway, I think the takeaway from this is that a 5.5-inch piece of material for the little diffuser is reasonable, right? I think. Is I gonna be mad because I just tried to save a read-only document, or weird? Okay, I'm gonna start working on the bot, or at least thinking about it. Look at this, all these freaking editable documents. I gotta finish this thing. Man, I'm so behind on everything. It's troubling. Okie dokie, let's have what? We know we need to know something about the display, so didn't I save that? we got this dumb thing. So we have like the outer and inner dimensions. I'm gonna kind of ignore how we're gonna do the mounting. I don't really know how we're gonna do the mounting yet, honestly. I don't know. Okay, but we can start on this stuff, right? So let's have a rectangle that is 84 by 84 millimeters. Millimeters. God, guys hates it when I use imperial. Okay, so we have 84 and 84 for that exterior dimension. And then the actual screen is 7253, 7253. So that's what we want in our friend. That's what we'll want the aperture to be. What did I say? 2253 and 2253. So this is our little display reference. It doesn't really give us any thickness or anything. So I think just to have a little reference object, what I will do is extrude this at like, I don't know, a millimeter, and extrude this inner piece. Oops. At like 2 millimeters, just to have, that was not right. Just to have a little something, a little reference for the screen. And we can flesh out this model as needed if needed. I saved that to the wrong place, didn't I? No, I didn't. Okay. And you can be read only, sure. And now we need, so I really don't know how I want to approach this. I guess the kind of obvious idea is like a two-piece thing that will screw together. That is basically that, gives us the curves and proportions we want. Or where's our robot? We need robot reference. So sniffly today. I've never really thought of myself as a very allergy-y person, but seem to be developing allergies in Portland. So we just have to kind of think about where the seams are, I guess. Right? I mean, I guess I could try to print it as a single large object, but it makes more sense to me to kind of split it such that it's like, front and back broken in half. I think makes a little more sense to me. Maybe. Especially with all of the curves and whatnot, the fillets. I don't know what we're going to do with this little slot, honestly. It would be kind of funny to stick a little thermal printer in it. Like a cute little We'd have to find just the right one that would fit there, but some little silly thing like this costs too much. I think Astro Canuck had a little thermal printer, right? What if any of these are any good? It would be kind of funny to have a little thermal printer, right? Thought for another day. So, but today we're thinking about how to draw the seams on this little fellow. I mean, you could imagine, I don't even know if you'd necessarily need supports, but like, we could even you could make very thick walls and just have a backplate, which would be annoying. It would take all eternity to print, but we could. A little torn on it, honestly. How do I want to do it? Gotta be able to get in there and work. I mean, you know, seamless would be cool. Let's turn something into a shell without that. I don't really know how to do that, like a little inset shell kind of thing. I guess you have to like sort of maybe bool it out and cut a hole or something like that. Because let's see. Because you kind of want like a shell with a sort of a little inset area. I don't really know how to do that. Or like a shell with a lip. You just have to go back and manually add the lip, or... I like that, like some nice alignment piece. Still didn't really answer my question though. So, new file. I mean, it feels like we're gonna have a front and a back probably, right? It feels like kind of a given. And I mean, I guess we can just start to sort of have fun, be young, have fun, drink Pepsi. Like kind of knowing, for example, what was that with? Already lost it. Not this. You know, maybe a little room in there. Screen's like 72. I don't know if we want a full inch on both sides. Not really sure about that, but it seems like a lot. A full inch on both sides. Although maybe we do want it just to make the little body a little bigger. So I think we just kind of go with 100 millimeters wide and 5 tall. Not sure. Keep closing everything I need. There it is. Our little buddy's not quite that tall. I need to just change the default units to millimeters, probably. Default units. Units. Design units. Okay, it's official. Millimeters only. So I don't know, something like this. And then the screen aperture will be whatever we said. We keep closing the file I'm trying to look at. .53, basically somewhere inside this. I don't know how to do this actually. Like an equal, so their sizes are identical. So, I want to actually constrain a distance. Like, I don't know how to do that. Is that a little too tall? Something like that. I mean, we certainly want to make a box of a certain size, depth, whatever. And then I guess we could just sketch on the faces of that box. It's probably actually the easiest thing to do. It's just the splitting of it for printing is not very intuitive to me. We could split it very near the back. That all is going to be kind of determined by the fillet. I mean, it's going to be determined by the screen. I mean, the screen is about 3 inches tall. Looks like in the original model, which I kind of like the proportions of. The screen area, you know, the lower portion is smaller than the screen area, so this is probably actually a little big. So it's not going to be super, it's going to be a cute little fellow. Maybe it's too small. I want a full-size giant one. Oh, to like put the guts in. Yeah, it's you're saying to avoid having seams. It's just like with these fillets, it's going to be a little weird. It wouldn't be impossible, but it would definitely be tricky. I mean, just the print, you know, like printing a huge shell like this. If I did just straight up try to print it like a shell, I'm not necessarily opposed to it having a seam, though, actually. Like, a seam right here. I think if I, like, leaned into that a little bit, like, as a deliberate design element, that would not be bad. In fact, you could just say that you had a front, a back, and a body, and they just get screwed together. I mean, there are definitely seams on these old computers for sure. Look at that seam. Well, that cool seam right there. But that's actually what I was just thinking, is like a seam close to the face. But maybe I think I want 2 seams. Look how cute that is. These cute little Lego Max. Adorbs. It's so cute. Look at that beautiful keyboard. Okay, we're doing a seam. We're gonna say, other than a Mac, what else would I look at? I mean, all in one. The other computers of that era were often just plugged into a TV, you know? Tandy 1000. But like as far as an all-in-one kind of thing that I'm envisioning, I mean, I'm sure they existed. I just don't remember any. It's much more common for the monitor to be separate than, especially prior to this, like a Tandy color computer, literally just plugged into your television. Oh, it's a cool computer, by the way. Cool. I mean, yeah, most other machines of that era. Pinterest old computers. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I need it necessarily. I feel like I've got the vibe that I want. I mean, certainly we hold weird little portable computers like that, but I like the simplicity of our. That's cool. Sick. I like the simplicity of our little friend. I don't want to. I mean, you know, I'm very capable of just looking at Pinterest for hours. So, okay, I think we have a design. I think I'm getting there. I just don't know quite how I want to do this in CAD. You know, like I could imagine. I could imagine. It wouldn't be my normal way of working necessarily. In fact, I'm not going to do it. I don't want to. Basically, we're going to have whatever our dimension is. Where that? Which I think it's something like 160. We'll keep this flexible. Probably make it parametric. But I think what we just want to do, is just extrude this. We'll see. But something like this, right? And then we will just grab all of these buddies and do our fillet. And if we stick with the original character, it's a pretty substantial fillet. Boop. And make that, I don't know. I mean, 12 millimeters. It could be really too much. That's a lot. It's probably more than is. Maybe that's not enough. Split the difference. 9 millimeter fillet. It's perfect. And then, you know, like this is essentially the back and the front, and all we have to do is just show. Oh my gosh, what just happened? Wait, what's gonna happen? 16 years of Twitch? That's crazy. What does this mean? What do I get? What do I get for this? What do I get for your sense of gratitude? You think I'm gonna actually get paid? Like, is there anything in here that matters? I'm not very interested in reading millionaires wax nostalgic. Anybody who says I want to thank Amazon for being the best, forget it. Wouldn't it be cool if they paid me? I mean, now I have some work coming up. Weirdly, so I had no work, no offers, anything for months, and I finally take an offer. And then I get an email the next. In fact, this morning I accepted an offer, and then this morning I got a. Whatever. Okay. Shell. I forget how to do this. We want a very thin shell. 2 millimeters. I never know what to do. I always do the wrong thing. Okay, so then now we got this cute little shell. This fillet is a concern for sure. I mean, we obviously have to print it with supports. I don't know. So let's do a sketch now on the face of this. And this is where we will add our, whatever I said, 72.3. What did I say? 73.2, 72.3, 72.53, and 72.53. And as far as like the positioning, do we have a meaningful center point here? Because I guess we could just do. That's no good. Don't like that. Oh, come on. This is annoying because I actually want this to be. I don't know what the right solution for that. Okay, sorry. What did I say? 72.53. Oops. 72.53. 72.53. I'm gonna 3D print it. Do I ever add secrets or Easter eggs like to CAD models? I'm not that good yet, Tracklin. I'm learning. I'm still learning. To anything? I used to, like pretty early in my career, especially when I first started, you know, like. Think about this. Like early on in web development land, I probably added like goofy stuff to comments and things like that. I don't think nothing jumps to mind for that. Once I got into design and motion graphics and I started getting motion graphics jobs, I definitely did that for a short period of like when I, you know, my very, very first few jobs or contract jobs with motion graphics, I would like hide my initials places or whatever. Like what, like, thinking specifically of this documentary I worked on and did like some visual effects and editing and motion graphics. like, yeah, hid my initials places. I mean, I've had plenty of like little silly inside jokes. Sometimes in like Unity projects or VR projects have some silly thing that's like outside of the bounds, but if you stick your head, you would see it. But it's not something that I don't know. It's not it's not like, oh, I gotta add an Easter egg. You know, like sometimes if it comes up, a silly little thing will get added, but it's not it's not a critical priority for me. So we could do this. This would be a way to do this. And then we could, I never know where to apply the fillet. But okay, we start here and we end, well, that was all wrong. Start here. I want to go from this face to this face. And I want to cut a hole. Feels like that didn't work at all. Great. My profile was not correct. Okay, so that gets us our little screen. And then, you know, I could add the fillet here, or I could add the fillet beforehand. Where does everybody keep their fillets? I have two questions. One, where does everybody keep their fillets? Two, do you all like it when I just say the word fillet over and over again because I love it? And it's one of my favorite words. Is that also 9 mil? Maybe. I wonder if this breaks that. No, that worked. Wait, am I humble? A fillet, but I think this is called a fillet, not a fillet. I think, am I wrong about this? I think this is fillet and that's different than fillet. Am I wrong? Let's see. That'd be funny. Yeah, it's fillet with 2 L's, not fillet. It'd be funny if it was fillet. Fillet. Okay, so this is, you know, I can imagine printing this face down. The other possibility here that I've like semi sort of kind of entertained, and I just don't know, is is, sorry, I'm entertaining it a little further, is like covering, you know, printing this thing, covering it in cyanoacrylate, super glue, sanding it, super glue, sanding, like really trying to do the finish thing and then painting it. I could have a cute little pocket version. I mean, this is a little bit tiny. I think it's gonna be very cute, but you know, I kind of, it got me imagining like, what if I built like a, not even a normal size version, but like a huge version. I definitely would like to. I mean, I was even thinking last night about when we were talking about the ANSI art stuff, I could do like a little ANSI Sudoku representation. So when I'm playing, the bot could show it. It'd be cute. That's cute. What is this for? I mean, the big screen I'm making, I have thoughts on how it could be interesting for Sudoku, like especially in cells where, like puzzles where I'm coloring the cells a lot. We could have the big LED matrix also coloring. I don't know, man. I used a lot of colors last night. Okay, spoiler alert. Nobody, don't look at this. Wait, who? Somebody really read me. This person that asked me. Okay, should I? Okay, I have to tell Buck that I'm not taking a job with Buck. Maybe Ben wants it. Where's Ben? Is Ben lurking in the darkness? What was I doing? Oh yeah, I just wanted to admire this. Nobody look, spoiler alert, but look at how beautiful the grid turned last night. Look at all our beautiful Laffy Taffy flavors, colors. Ah, pardon me for the sniffles. So sniffly today. Wait, what's animating? What happened? Oh, wait. Oh, the green. I keep forgetting about that. Maybe that's affecting my computer performance. Okay, but I don't know. This is kind of cute, right? Give me a cuteness rating. And the only thing I'll accept is very high. And if we had line between here, this looks like slightly lower than... So we could add the additional... We're gonna make that button, by the way. Kind of like it. 3D print it and just paint the white part. Do vinyl. There are those people that do. I just don't know how to do it. I could try it. Do like the 2-color prints. I don't know quite how I would want to do that, honestly. Oh, I see a way. I see a silly way. I don't know if it's a good way, but I see a silly way. Okay, well the button will be its own component. So, like somewhere in this land, there'll be a button. What did we make that radius? 9? So should this be 18? It seems too big. Well, seems too small. So, how can we... Let's go incident or tangent. Like, if I wanted to make that tangent... Okay, I can. That's cool. And then if I wanted to... I don't really know what my thoughts are in terms of the... the height. Hello? Wait, hello? Why can't I, okay. And then somewhere in here we also have a little rectangle. It is maybe 50 wide and 6 tall. I mean, I don't really know what this rectangle is going to be. It's going to be a hole. That might not be very attractive. That's too high. That was kind of low here. Should be a little thicker, maybe 5 millimeters. And then we haven't really placed the do I want collinear? Can I pick like this point and this point? I get a collinearness. I think I can. If I have origin, can I make a point collinear with a... No. Like how do I do that? I mean, I guess I could just draw a midline. and then make this, now try to make this linear with, I don't know how to do that actually. How do you do that? How do I constrain this to this line? Is it coincident with the line? Okay, that's it. Excuse me. Sorry, so snotty today. And then we could add these additional doodads and get a cute little cutie. I mean, it's definitely a thing I'm gonna have to like print and look at and hold in my hands and all that business, but maybe the fillet is too much given the size. You know, it's a little too much. The fillet is 6. Somehow didn't feel like enough, and it makes it seem very wide. Oh shoot, that breaks our sketch. Rats. We don't want this. I think we just want collinear instead. Collinear. Nope, coincident. That breaks this height. I don't know how to do that actually. Like to say, like, have an offset equal to another dimension. Like I want this to be driven, so that's fine. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I want this. That's fine. And that's the dimension I want here. In retrospect, I should have done this the total opposite way, huh? Like, fully facing down and then stood it up or whatever. Not really too late to do that. I mean, the face that this sketches on, I guess, would be the difficulty. I don't know if you can do that. Like, go back and change. I regret this. I regret the choices I've made. How can I correct this? Because it actually is making more sense to me to do it the other way. I mean, I could flip it over at this point, but I'd rather not. I'd rather not. How do you do make a position? I don't really know how to do that. Like, I mean, I essentially want a 180-degree rotation. It's annoying because if I do the axis, it's going to be dropped below, you know? What is your problem? It's not really what I want. I have to then independently move it up. I messed up, y'all. So that's the front. Excuse me. Maybe I'll try those little melty inserts And then we really want something very similar for the back. It's just gonna end up with screw holes and whatnot. I don't know. I kind of want to remake this now. I'm angry at myself and everybody else. Like if I went back here and I changed where I did the fillets.
Our struggle as artists.
Why is there talking on the channel? It's not supposed to have talking. Why is it? Why is it? It makes me crazy. Downvote this song. Thumbs down. No talking.
Things as a reflection of this struggle. To study our perception of self.
Come on, dummy. Dislike track.
Ben wave isn't necessarily a thing you achieve.
I can't even interact with this webpage.
Rather, it is a state of mind which you
So we want to do that, and then we want our shell to be this face instead. And what now? Okay, and then I think this is screwed up, right? Like this is broken because of the face I was on. I don't know how to, oh, redefine sketch plane. Awesome. That's what I wanted. I don't know you could do that. Like, the sketch seems sort of effed now. But not irredeemably so, right? Maybe I don't like this because now the lighting is ridiculous. Oh boy, what a complex situation. Like all the projected, like this is wrong, I believe. We can go back and make a new construction line. Oops. Come back. And then we need to kind of lost all our dimensions, huh? Like truly lost them all? It's pretty weird. Oh, there they are. Like some of these dimensions and what they are, the nature of their relationship is a little effed up. Life is yours. What's going on up there? What is this? What is this emote? So I think we do want this tangential to this. Oh, we already have it. Never mind. Coincident. This point, this line. And this point, this line. So that fixes those. And then in terms of distance, I think we had just kind of said from the center point up was 30 millimeters. And for this one, from the center point down, let's call it 45 millimeters. And I don't know. And then this is probably broken. Maybe I should have done this on like the frontal plane. Would that actually have been the better way to do it? I really don't know. I mean, because I kind of want different orientations for like the orientation I'm working on. The orientation I'm... Pardon me. Oh my gosh. Start here. End here. I don't know. Now that I did this, I wish I hadn't. I don't know what the right answer is, right? When you're designing parts, or is there some like actual rule of thumb of the orientation that you should use for the object, or do you use it like you kind of orient it how it's going to be in the assembly? Do you kind of orient it based how it's going to be manufactured?
Our struggle as artists isn't about appeasing
Why the
crowd.
talking? Shut up.
Rather,
Dislike.
it's about
No talking. No talking. Okay, sorry, I need another tissue. Please excuse me. Draclin, I just realized my sub goal got completed because of you. Thanks, buddy. Push this button. So what does that mean now? Does it mean I just don't have any goals anymore? I've got no goals in my life. I'm doxing everybody, sorry. We're very close to the follower goal. So should I edit goals? How do I do that? Manage goals. What's my new subscription goal? So I have to end this goal. I can't just edit a goal? Oh, I see. $20. Okay, I don't know. Now I'm tempted to redo this yet again. How mad will everybody be if I just do this? If I do this yet again? Just trying to learn. This is the orientation I would want it for manufacturing. I don't actually like it in this orientation for working though. Just because of the inbuilt lighting. It's funny to undo this. Just don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna have kind of weird problems with how we align some of this stuff. I have to think about that. Oh my gosh, sorry. Object normal renewed. Yay. I don't know why I'm excited to pay money. Okay. You know, it's funny. Could I do this? What if I did this? Redefine this sketch plane. What would that do? I mean, other than just like break stuff. Excuse me. I mean, kind of don't like it because it really seems like it wants the default plane to be the real plane, but so then do we have to redefine this? I don't like how that seemingly breaks the still breaks all our dimensions. So I don't know. Let's stick with this for now. I'm not something that doesn't seem quite right about the proportions here. Can't quite put my finger on it. Well, we could go dig up the Maya model. Oh boy. What did we do this? April of 2018? What do you think we called them? Compy. You have it. Oh gosh, I forgot we even took it in Unity apparently. What did I do in Illustrator? Oh, that was like texturing. Don't open Illustrator. No, it's too late. Okay, so we do have the Maya files. I don't even think I have Maya installed anymore. We have an FBX file though, which I guess we could open in Blender. Not that we have to perfectly match it, but I remember spending the time to try to get it good-ish. So probably try to do, deal with the goodness. What's this look like? You not do this? Just drag in an FBX. Seems like it does nothing. Import an FBX. Go here. Go here. Look at that cutie pie. So, gosh. I guess we could bring the FBXs in as like a reference. Can we do that? Actually, I'm not entirely sure you can. I know you can insert a mesh, but can it be an FBX? Of course not. And that would be too convenient. So here's our, well, that looks great. Thanks. I want shaded wireframe, please. Wow. How do you do shaded wireframe? Is that too much to ask? Can you please be a shaded wireframe? Oh boy. Shaded wireframe Blender. Global wireframes. Do what? I don't know how to use Blender. Okay. That looks bad, but okay. Don't do that. Sometimes I have like little finger spasms This happens. And it makes me click things I don't mean to click. Either that or I have like alien hand syndrome. You render the viewport, just straight up render viewport. I don't care that much. It would just be sort of nice. Maybe we could export OBJ and try to use it as a reference. I mean, I feel like we're not tremendously far off. But I do sort of kind of want to just... Ugh. Just export OBJ, I guess. Well, it's very tiny. And great. I can't insert OBJ meters. Very large. Okay, well, I have a giant computer. Hey kid, I'm a computer. Stop all the download. How do you scale? Can you not? That would be kind of awesome. So, like, perfect, you did it. See, you're an expert, and you've done it. Congratulations. So I see that we made the width of this kind of relative to where the button is, or at least the paper. You know, we're not tremendously far off. It's really dumb if we can't scale this. That's awesome. Insert a mesh. Pick the mesh. We can have angles. But seemingly it's annoying. Not quite to do about that. What's even weird is you can't scale things. Not weird. Anyway, like, it's actually bumming me out. I just want to scale. I mean, I guess we could do like an image reference at a Blender or something, like, because I just like, the kind of we're not terribly far off. There's just something not quite right about the sizing, you know? It's just not quite right. So we could do, this is a hassle though. Like, I don't remember how to do it. You know, that we had that like can you not do like a viewport render? That seem like a thing you should be able to do. There was that fancy thing, and I just don't remember how to do it. I wish I'd spent more time with it. The thing that lets you do the I cannot remember anything about it, actually, which is very impressive. What was that thing called? Freestyle. Freestyle. Looks incredible. Why is the camera back there? Is there not a way to render the viewport? It's got to be, right? Viewport render image. Oh, that's it? Just get an image. Well, that's not really what I'm after. Do need the button. How does anything work? I mean, I don't care about this. This is not the mesh is not relevant here. I just want a reference, and I am struggling to remember the way to do this. Like, I really just want one. I don't understand why when I do render image that I would just make up a camera and throw it out in space. That seemed dumb. I just don't. I'm trying to not use Maya anymore, but I also just don't know Blender very well. I find it not very intuitive. Like, if I add a camera, you know, intuitively I want it to just put the camera where I am. I don't think it does that, right? Or is this camera still somehow in use? Was this in my file? Like, if I have no cameras and do render image, no camera found. So you're required to have a camera. Because what I would want is just to, like, hey, make the camera me, you know? But that's not what we have. And then I was hoping to just use that fancy thing we were using before. I want to use that more anyway, because I think it's cool. That thing we were using for, I don't want this camper to be orthographic. How do we do that? The SVG renderer, I think, is really cool. How do you make an orthographic camera? Here. Well, you're just huge. That seems to not be a thing. Orthographic scale. Okay. That'll do. And then we don't want the paper. This feels like a very... Why are you rendering the paper? Get out of here. Is it this? Am I supposed to toggle that? It's probably that. Ben, how's it going? I think so. Well, I know I do. That's not the point. I have Maya shortcuts on, but actually that makes life harder, because when you have Maya shortcuts on, you don't, you know, if you try to look up anything, it will not be relevant. So unfortunately, I think we didn't actually have geometry for the little dude on the front, which is kind of a bummer. I mean, we can approximate it. That's pretty irritating. I mean, I feel like the thing I am asking for is a very simple thing, not asking for a thing that is hard. Um, I don't really want to recreate it in here. We had it in Unity. Just go take a Unity screenshot from the front. Just want to like have a proportional reference for the work we already did to determine the proportions here. And I am not into it. Anyway, but it's not the shortcuts aren't the problem. Like with Maya, it's the concepts, you know, like the while like fundamentally the concepts are similar, it's like, how do I get to the thing that I want, or how do I make this do what I want it to do? And it's not exactly a shortcut issue. It's fine. Like I feel like I want to practice it over time. It's just frustrating when I just like, I know exactly what I want right now, and it is not easily available to me, given the like bits and pieces that I have right this second. And so now I'm going, yeah, ugh. Maybe this is the wrong thought, but you know, I had this thought. I was like, well, we already did all that work at that time to get the proportions and all of that stuff, and I like that model well enough, and all that was okay. It's just like, you know, so my instinct was like, let's just use that as a reference. Like, let's just get the thing. The problem is the way it was assembled essentially is like, you know, there's a little bit of Illustrator, a little bit of Maya, a little bit of Substance. It was all kind of put together. I don't have a Substance license right now. I have a Maya license right now. So I guess the best bet, which feels ridiculous, is Unity. Ben, are you on the Nexus project? Did you get word? Okay. No idea what this is going to do. Probably not going to be happy, but at least all I'm trying to do is get a screenshot, basically. Everything is broken because it was also now it's a very old version of Unity, so I don't know. This may be a at this point I wish I had just said, why don't we just like reassess the situation. But oh well, it's okay. I do think no matter what, just visually, I think I like the idea of centering the slot. I'm not actually 100% sure I do like that idea. Okay, well, maybe Unity will open someday and we'll see what's going on. Ah, shoot. I shouldn't have done that in place. Dang it. Oh well. Should have made a copy of that. Oh well. This is probably not pushed anywhere with that particular version of Unity. I don't know, everybody. I'm kind of annoyed. Is it really like a 2 to 1 aspect ratio sounds like me? Or sorry, like I guess that'd be 2 to 3, but like a real, like an aspect ratio that's like, oh yeah, those are numbers. Those are real numbers. It's funny that didn't alter that. So I guess what I'm sort of inclined to do is not. It's a bit obnoxious, right? Like to have, like, I want a midpoint between here and here, and I want to know It's not necessarily super easy to get that an additional line. Excuse me. I don't know if that statement makes sense. I essentially want this between here and here. And I don't know that there's like some equidistant. I can do midpoint, but then I need something to have a midpoint. I need to, which I guess is just a line that goes from here to here. Feels pretty weird. But then that would presumably give me a midpoint. Yeah, that's definitely not what I want. Didn't I just draw a line? What happened to the line I just drew? I want a line. I want a construction line. I want it from here to here. Why don't I get a new midpoint? Region equal distance both sides or something like that. Like, symmetry, but it's not. It's not seeing it. Unity's still just doing something over there. Like, I want the midpoint between here and here, right? Like, that's not too much to ask. This is currently not on it. It exists somewhere, right? Like, how can I now say that this is coincident with a midpoint on this line? Or like, that it? Okay. And then I kind of want a midpoint between here and here, but even that seems a little crazy. I actually don't know if I want that. That might be too high. I also think this is too wide. Okay, Unity, ignore the errors. Just don't care about the errors. I don't know. Maybe I regret everything I just did. I don't actually want this midpoint constraint. Maybe I really do want it a distance from the top. Or distance from the center. Unity's really doing something, that's for sure. Doing something over there. It's about the mouse slot though, because I thought that was like, maybe we really did that. Do that just as like a little rectangle infusion or something, or substance. That must be it. Sounds like I think it was during my era of trying to do everything with textures and substance. It really is. I don't know what it's doing. I mean, it already said there were errors, and I said just open it because I don't even care. I mean, it's certainly broken because I'm just trying to update a project, which I should not have done this. I should have just dropped the assets in a new Unity project, but who knows? Draclin, I just who knows? Oh, I don't like that. That's not what I want. I want from here to the midpoint, 45, and this is maybe 5. A little too much. 4 millimeters. Yeah, I always turn off that thing, the like, well, no, okay, I turn off the thing that stops. What do I turn off? There's a thing I specifically turn off for Unity on it wanting to just do its nonsense. I'm trying to think of what it even is. Like some setting of when it decides to do stuff or whatever. I definitely turn off the thing where it, like anytime it recompiles, I just have it stop the running. But I thought there were some other settings that were made it a little less annoying. I truly don't know what it's doing anymore. It's just doing cool stuff. I don't know. It's Unity stuff. Okay, anyway. Is it too short now? I feel like I've lost the thread on what I want this to look like. And I feel like I'm annoyed because I you know, we did the work to figure out those dimensions. Doesn't seem crazy far off. You know, it's not outrageously off. I guess a question is, here's a question for you. Do I want to kind of like bake this extreme depth? Or do I want it just like very shallow? I think the extreme depth is kind of funny. I think I kind of like the extreme depth. Yeah, it's been around a long time. It was Mac only at the start. What are you doing? What are you doing? Who knows? Okay, like it's just something that's bad about this to me. Something that's very wrong, and it's one of those things that like, am I going to get there again easily, or do I need to, you know, rely on my previous self? It's not far off. It's just off. Unity, what are you doing? I don't even know. Unity's kind of bad. It's true. Did you see my video failing because Unity is doing something? It's doing some inexplicable thing. Who knows what it's doing? Who knows why it's doing it? I just want to view a model with some textures on it. I've made a grave error. Every choice I've made in recent minutes has been a poor choice. So, okay. Let's ignore all this nightmarishness for a second. One thing I think we can do is, well, I can't even right click now, but if I could right click, if I could just right click, I would copy this and I would rename it to back. And I would edit back. What are you doing, Unity? Oh my gosh. Oh yes, waiting. Okay, well that's fine. You're just waiting. My bad. I do need the shell command. So then this is back. And we do all the, we do all the stuff. I do really want to flip the back. It's bothering me that it's this way. So let's make the shell, let's change the shell face. We may actually have to redo the fillets first. How are these? 6mm? And this, we want the shell from this face. Right? Okay, so we got a front, we got a back. I don't know how any of this stuff assembles, but that's not important. Shell part probably has like some through screw hole thing or whatever. I don't know. We gotta think about that actually. Or use our noggins about that. Do I want to do those threaded insert things? I kind of do. The issue is though that I really have to consider is the like. I'm not going to do screws that go all the way through here. I don't want visible fasteners on the front. Visible fasteners on the back is okay. Have I made a poor choice? I mean, would it be wiser? Would it be wiser to just make this real deep and just have the seam on the back? That would be definitely easier for sure. Like, just make this as thick as we want it. It'll take a billion years to print. If it was the front and back thing, we'd have all our electronics just basically sitting in the front and everything's all good, and then we have to affix the body to the front somehow. We don't want screws on the front. Snapping's a bit annoying. We could just have some little fastener set up that screws the body to the interior part, I guess. But then we need a separate fastener strategy for hooking the back to the body. Why is everything hard? It's so hard to make everything. Oh, I have an idea. Is it a good idea or is it a dumb idea? My idea that may be dumb is like, it's dumb. To make the shell part also two parts. Just so it's not we're not trying to print this giant insane column. It's also two parts that come together. So there's a face part, there's a front part, and there's a back part, and then there's the body part that is also two parts that come together. We would endeavor to have all of the electronics just sit in the front. Well, Ben, does that mean you can draw things halfway? Like you only know how to draw triangles and not squares yet? Or what? Or can you use your half Vulcan knowledge? I kind of like the split body thing. I don't really know what that means for me. We'd need a way to hook it together. How would one want to do that? If one were me, why is industrial design so hard? It's real easy when you have like everything is one piece and it's all flat. That's what I like. Is it really? Do you think Vulkan's worse than OpenGL? That is a low bar. That is a making a good graphics API, extremely low bar. Actually, Ben, I've already got it for you. I don't know if you caught this, but this is we're done with graphics. It's over. We're going straight to everything ANSI. ANSI only. And everything is going to look so good. It's going to be so much better. Look at we got cool bar charts, stacked bar charts, world map. We got gauges. Look at those. Oh, look at those donuts even. That's pretty clever. Look at this. Blessed image. Cute. Spark lines, tables, trees. What's you need? I don't know if you can just draw a circle though, actually. Can you draw a circle? Okay, you can't have circles. Sorry. 1,000 lines for under a triangle? I mean, that sounds like OpenGL. You know, Ben, if you just use Python, you just use Pygame for your high performance graphics applications. I think that's what the pros use. Yeah, it's pretty gross. I did think about using Raylib for this, but I think it's funnier, I think, to me, if I try to do it with ANSI graphics and have no... Don't even care about graphics libraries. You get a nice solid 8 frames per second. That's all I need. I can do better than that. Maybe. I don't even know, actually. I guess we'll see. Okay, friends. What are we doing? What are we doing here? And why are we doing it? We're thinking about the body of this. I get so hung up on stuff like this because I just don't know what I'm doing. I can picture it. I think it's smarter. I think it's smarter to do this as two pieces. The body, I mean, is like a two-piece shell thing. Like, let's see, 3D print modular. It's like a parametric enclosure. Because people have done these, and I think they're cool. If I can find the one I'm thinking of, because it's specifically. Excuse me, I just spit on the microphone. Gross. It's kind of this style. The idea, this is not really what I'm going for, although it would actually make things way easier if I did do things this way. Ugh, should I just do things this way? Ultimate box maker. The general idea is you have like two external kind of pieces, and then it's all parametric, so you can do anything, which is cool. I'm actually, I've never done low level Vulkan. I'm surprised to hear it's that bad. I mean, how much of that is just straight up bootstrapping? All of it? Like, is it like all boilerplate just to create a scene? Okay, so there's this. We could do this route for sure. It would be less cute. So what I'm trying to imagine is something that is kind of like this route. Something that's kind of like this route, but we still get our face on the front. Feels a little hard. But not impossible, just hard. I mean, knobs are cool. Everybody loves knobs. How would okay, sometimes you just have to put yourself in the mindset of a person that knows what they're doing. How would a person who knows what they're doing design this? The 4-part piece seems not unwise, right? Like that seems like, okay, I can understand it. I think. But like, how do you, the fastener situation seems very challenging. Whichever way you go with it seems challenging. Sorry, applying to the text. Why is this so hard? This is so hard to type. Also, by the way. Okay, Ben's turning knobs. I'm making fronts and backs. I kind of like it. I like, there's something to this that is like, I could see it. Where the fasteners go, I could kind of see it, you know? Like, if we had some way to make a top bottom or a left right, and then we were able to fasten those together, and then it would not be the end of the world to me to have fasteners visible on the side, I think. I guess I would prefer not to, but it would not be... It would not hurt my feelings too badly. There's also a version of this, just to say it out loud, where the back is just wide open and it's a puppet and I stick my hand in and I puppeteer it. Or just, you know, that we just don't close the back. I want to learn how to do this stuff better though. So the fastener situation, we don't want, the obvious very easy answer would be visible fasteners on the front, which we do not want. We could do fasteners on the top and bottom for both halves of the little eggshell, which would be kind of cool. Sounds hard to align. Oh my gosh, this finally opened. I cannot believe it. It took so long to open, I forgot we even opened. I truly just forgot that we were even doing this. That's amazing. I totally was not even tracking anymore that this was a thing we were interested in doing. We were building that crazy, yeah, we built this crazy like extruded paper thing, right? That was a pain. Why did we do that? Why do I do any of these things? Okay, all I wanted in my life was this. I just wanted a little reference image, that's all. That's it. I don't know why it took that long. Great, now we can close Unity. That's all I wanted, Unity. That's it, thank you. Thanks for nothing. Okay, I guess now we can at least check some proportions here and see what we think. So if we want to insert, I think we want a canvas because I think that's what, oh, come on. What lets us have kind of a reference image. Yeah. And astonishingly, it's gonna let us scale this one. What a gift. Should have been more thoughtful about centering it, maybe. Turn off snaps for the moment. You're still snapping. Okay, but how do we make you not snap? Just have to type in numbers. Sorry for the snipples. -2, but ever so slightly bigger also. Doesn't need to be perfect. I just want a little bit of a reference. So that's pretty close. This is a little bit much. That seems so. Okay, maybe just none. Okay. Oh no, but I want to. Oh no, can I not move it now? I moved it over here for reference. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so I really wish you wouldn't snap. That would be cool. Even if I turn off snap to grid, you still are very insistent about it. And if I hit keyboard shortcuts that you might think would make it not snap, they don't actually do anything, which is cool. This is fun. Great. Our height is still off, and I think our scale is still off, right? So I don't know what to do. It's hard. Okay, so we're too wide, and our fillet is too fillety, and those are. I mean, going by the height as the correct thing, which maybe I don't want to do because I think, like, you can see that our screen width is actually pretty close. So maybe we have a step back in time to our original certainly closer. That's very narrow. I mean, this thing is going to be so small. It's going to be so tiny. Okay, if we do that, we still make this. We still get the fillets. I think our fillets are too much. I think we just are going to make them 5. Maybe even that's too much. 4 millimeters. We have to remember to do that on the back. Or whatever we do. In fact, we'll just recreate the back because otherwise it's too much trouble. The shell is fine. So this sketch is our next big concern. So this should be more like 4.735. 4.735. So that's good. You know what's crazy? Is this slot is almost exactly where it goes. How did I do that? It's almost perfect. It was a millimeter off. Good for me. Not good for me. 21. We had done a thing where we had made this done the cotangent thing or whatever. I think that was not good. I think I want to remove that constraint, but I don't know how. The thing that is making this okay, well, that wasn't it. Where I want a distance between here and here, but I think it's, yeah, we already have an additional constraint. I don't know what it is. Or I don't know how to remove it or where it is actually. It's a tangent constraint. But I don't see it. I don't know if that statement's making sense. So I think we just have to recreate it because I don't know. It's too big anyway. Okay, so we're gonna 12, oopsie. $12 millimeters is fine. And I think we probably want to define a distance like this distance. Maybe it's 25, 26 millimeters. 28 millimeters, 27. Okay, great. And then a vertical distance. That's like 55 or something, or it's 56, or it's 57. Okay, I'll take it. Okay. Was that worth all of everything we just went through? And I don't think the answer is yes. I think the answer is probably not yes. I don't know how to not show this actually. Object availability, like if I want to turn off canvases, how would you think that I do that? Is a canvas, I see, it just exists in there. Okay. And we need to fix, we lost our profile for the whole, okay. Great, we did it, we've done it. Why was it so hard? Anyway, we have this. I feel reasonably good about it. We have the back, which we need to readdress, and I already forgot in what way, but I think it is only in the fillet. It needs to be, I think we said 4 millimeters. Okay, so fasteners are hard. I mean, it's just like it's such a can of worms. What would be kind of cool, which sounds extra hard, is like, I don't know. Okay. I don't know, everybody. Let's try this. Let's try... What? Try new design. And this is going to be a side. I don't know what I'm doing, but I have an idea. I already forgot what we made those dimensions, by the way. What was that, 150 by 90? What was it? The side of this is pretty weird. I mean, the depth is whatever we want it to be, right? If this is the side, the height matters, obviously. But I'm kind of wondering if I just also make this 90, if I will like that. I should probably go verify that that is actually the dimensions. It's 150 by 90, which we also need to make sure that we do the same thing on the back. 150 by 90. Oh, this thing's gonna be so tiny. It'll be cute. It'll be very small. Maybe like a little handheld friend. So what? Here's what I'm imagining. Maybe it's all wrong, but bear with me. If we made this, the extrusion distance of this 90, you know, whatever the face size is divided by 2, and we get this big slab of whatever, can I do this? Like, is it allowed to do a shell like this? It is. How about that? And then if I went back here and I added fillets only to here and here and made those 4mm fillets, and then, oops, then jumped to, that's not what I want, and then jumped to here, and we could put some fun little vents here or something. I mean, that stuff's a little hard to do or a little bit annoying, but that's okay. I mean, it could also be another thing that, like, another piece or another part that gets added. So imagine, ignoring the fact that there's no way to fasten this together. It doesn't exist. But imagine that there was a way to fasten it together and that you really liked it and it was a good idea. Imagine that. Imagine that. That's all. We want some little lips on this, but okay. So we have all of this. We still have 7 billion. We have too many editable documents. Whatever. It's very annoying. I should have paid the money when it was on sale. That's too expensive. Look, that lets me save these even after they're marked read only, unless it's lying to me and it's not actually saving them. Okay, but what I'm proposing. Wait, what happened? Oh. Weird. I guess by saving it, it's just like re-editabling them. much. Reasonable. And then if we wanted a new design, that was the assembly of these, which I still don't really know how to do this. And I had a back and I had a front. I mean, okay, maybe we should be more thoughtful about how we bring these in. If I had a front, and the thing I chose to do was rotate it forward like this, and maybe bump it forward a couple inches. And then I brought in the back. I did something similar. Rotate it, pop it back a bit, and then I brought in a side, rotated it on 2 axes, and brought it back. Kind of the question is, should I mirror this or should I just bring in another side? I guess it doesn't hurt. That's lame. Wait, it lost my... Rude. Guess I didn't hit the button. I brought in another side. What did I do? Why do you not want to not hit the button again? Okay. You come in. You're rotated. You're rotated. You're moved back 4 inches. And I say, okay. And you're all good. And everything's good. Everybody's happy. And then I save it. And then when I bring in another side, okay, you're fine. I don't know, man. Come on. And this is what we get, right? We get a little cute party. Then kind of the question is, what do we do now? In terms of the fasteners we use, it's kind of a tricky problem, right? Well, it's partially a tricky problem because I'm making it a tricky problem because I explicitly don't want... This definitely doesn't need to be this deep, by the way, does it? How deep did we make the back? And how deep did we make the front? That's an inch. Definitely doesn't need to be a full inch. Also, why is the front floating in the sky when the others are not? Why do you think that is? I guess once we have these, we can start to make joints. I don't really know the proper way to do this. I guess, like, could I say put that? I don't know if you can do this. Let's try it. Like, can I put that there? Well, maybe don't do that. I guess we know we can do this. What? Or can I not? Why can't I get the... Okay, what about the outside of that? To the outside. Oh my gosh. To there? Look at that. Cool. And if we did a similar thing here, outside joint to, okay, no. I'm so bad at this. Let's try this again. So it was this joint. The orientation of it feels odd to me. Like, that looks like Y or like X down. I don't really understand what's going on. Also don't even know what I'm looking at, so that's cool. Like, how did I do that? Reference from the face. So what I mean is like, am I picking this? I can say, okay, from on this face, pick that. And it looks like X is down. And then we're gonna go over here. And I guess on this face, do that and X is down. Do we get it? Okay. Cool. And then as far as this, I know the right answer here. Like, you do two edge intersection. I mean, I don't think it really hurts me to do it like this. And I don't know if I hit it. I think I did. Okay. What do you think of that? That cute little fatso. That fat little baby. I don't think it needs to be that deep. The question is like, where do we decide to make up for that? I could certainly see some advantages in having the faces a bit more shallow. Like consumer insurance something. No thanks. Like if I went back to the front and said on this extrude that this was only like 10 millimeters thick or something. That means our electronics are probably going to ride over the top, but I don't know that that actually matters. I think something we have to keep in mind is the way we do need some way to affix the stream in here. Hope, oh my gosh. One of my favorite people in the entire universe. What are you having for lunch? You're just in time to see me be bad at AutoCAD. I'm just trying to make this cute little friend, that's all. Life is Yours was nice enough to gift me most of the money to buy a cute little screen. Grocery store hot bar. What'd you get on the hot bar? So that's 10 mil. It's really 2 millimeters thick. It's like a lot more millimeters than 2. Like a lot of millimeters. So if we did that, and we said that was 10 mil, and we went to the back, not millimeters. Mil is a whole other thing. Mil is 1,000th of an inch, which is very confusing. And this extrusion was 10 millimeters. We save that. Does that respect, like, is that gonna break my assembly? If I, oops, nope. Get the latest versions of these, does the assembly still work? Wow. Okay, it's kind of cute. Rice, noodles, and another noodle, and tortellini. So, wait. Pasta, and rice? An all pasta lunch. It's pretty good. We can go with all pasta. All pasta lunch. Okay, so how do you do this though? You know? So the thing that we looked at before, it's designed such that like the front and back pieces are kind of captive. They're kind of pinched together, which you could definitely imagine. You could also imagine like a real easy, you could just have a fastener here and a fastener here that went through the side into some little lip here. And that would be pretty easy. That would be pretty easy. Trying to make this friend, trying to make this friend a reality, this little friend. So we've got a 4-inch screen on display. I just got some beige PLA because this is what I needed. I needed another project, but I have beige PLA on the way. I got it. I got the beige PLA. I haven't tried it yet. We got a 4-inch screen on the way. It's probably going to be some terrible Raspberry Pi nobody likes. Like not the 0W2, but some other one. Speaking of that, is it possible to buy a Raspberry Pi on this planet? I think it's still not. Robert Mouser. Wow, look at that. There were some in stock today. But those are Pi 3s. These are all Pi 3s. People are paying $35 for Pi 3s. So the last time there was a Pi that you might want in the United States. So funny. Where are they getting all these models? Like, that's a 3A. I mean, that would be fine for this. I may just stick this Pi 4 in it, and it will just live in there. I do have a zero. There's a 0W. That's worthwhile. 02W. Just wish it had a gig of memory. That's been a month. Okay, so the answer is it is not. On planet Earth, it is not really reasonable to find Pis. So I don't know. I feel reasonably good about this. I just do not have insight into how we would like what our fastener strategy would be. I can kind of imagine it. I can use my own imagination. Like my instinct, being not good at this and not knowing what I'm doing, is just go nuts. Fasteners everywhere. Fasteners at the wazoo. You want to be able to assemble it and not have it be too annoying. We could also do the same clamshell kind of thing as an upper end, not clamshell really. I don't even know what to call this. It's like 2-piece shell arrangement as an upper and lower. So a thing I could. Okay, I think I have an idea. I just don't know if it's going to be good enough. But it's not too hard to imagine that our upper and lower piece friends have an additional little lip that gets printed, like in the interior here. I'm sorry, our front and back pieces has a little tab basically that comes out. A tab. There's little tabs all the way around, but that you screw through to get into the tabs. You end up with vertical, like 3D printing vertical scroll holes, which is a little weird, but I think that's the way to do the thing that I want to do. I'm prepared to state that. Is this too thin? By the way, like 2 millimeters, pretty freaking thin. Or is it good enough? That is the thing that is a question for the ages. I never know. Like, this is thick as all hell, and it also took 7,000 years to print. But it is, all right, I'm gonna measure some things. Where's Dracklin go? Where'd everybody go? Thursday's a busy day. So I have to start a job in a few. I have a contract job for 3 months, which, you know, they'll give me money for it, but I only want to. So this is 3.84. That's pretty. That is more. That's too much. Starting on Monday. On Monday, I have to like work. That's 3 mil. I don't think that's the thickness of the shell, really. Like, hard to say. This is... That's less than 2. That's pushing it a little bit. Like, this is flimsy. I wish I had just a 2 millimeter thick object. I think 2 millimeters is going to be okay. But I don't know it. And we could do some little reinforcement pieces. Maybe 2 millimeters is too thick. Maybe I'm thinking about this all wrong. It should be thinner. Yeah. So anyway, I do. Hope I started writing a song for us to. I started writing a terrible song that I was singing to my coffee cup. That I think would be a good duet. I also, and this is a secret. I mean, don't get too excited. It's a bad song, but I think it's cute. It's cute. Maybe. I don't know. It would definitely be like a thing we would just record because it would be funny. We should try it on stream. We could if you wanted to. If you wanted to record a cute song. Also, I did start, and this is a secret, don't tell Jates, but I did start a melancholy, I don't even know how to say this. I mean, it's a surprise, but I did start recording, or start practicing this morning, a like very melancholy piano and vocal arrangement of Cool Rider from Grease 2. A heartbreakingly melancholy version of Cool Rider that I'm pretty excited about. So I'm working on the piano arrangement. I'm not good at playing piano, but I think she'll be. It's very wistful. It's like that thing that was very popular. I think it is still popular, but where they would like, for like film trailers, especially video game trailers, were extremely guilty of this, of like getting some indie rock band to like do a moody, down tempo cover of some 80s song or something. Very common, but it hasn't happened with Cool Rider. Okay, I think I like this. You know what I just realized? I was about to make an insane person statement, but I might still make it. The back is the front, man. The back is the front. If you make the back and you make it right, you already made the front. I don't know if that really tracks. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to maybe start to articulate is the idea that this panel, the base design for this panel could be shared between these, and then you would add additional features to it. It's simple enough that I don't know that that is a worthwhile consideration, but it just struck me as an element of note. How do you do this actually though? Once we do the shell, how can you, okay, so imagine that we made a rectangle. This song is on thin ice, I can tell you. 2 millimeters. Millimeters, 20 millimeters, 20. We need to have enough room to like get into it with a screw, but okay, if we did this, oh, that was not the right thing at all, was it? And we did the thing that was like midpoint of this with midpoint of this. Does that work? Okay, I don't actually expect that to work. The thing is, I don't really know what to do with that. I mean, it's just purely in terms of like, we don't want to mess with the fillet, we don't want to mess with the shell, but we do want to start with like whatever this surface is, I guess. But is that... feels like we're mathematically in danger. Also, I did not do this correctly, because we actually do want a I truly don't know the right way to do this. We could have an L. We could make a construction line. We could draw that construction line. We could say that, hey, we want this construction line to be 2 millimeters, just anticipating that that's what the thickness is going to be. And then we could do our midpoint constraint with this and this instead. I don't really understand why we lose our I would have thought that the midpoint constraint would be enough. The real official birdie. How's it going? It is an honor to meet not only the official birdie, but the real one. There's been a lot of impersonators. I don't know if you know that, but yesterday there was a person here impersonating you. Why do you think that is? Why is this not rigidly defined? Its own... We could do a coincident... I mean, that doesn't actually make sense. You could do collinear, but the center point of that seems not correct. Like, the center point of this line and the center point of that line, saying those are equivalent, I don't now understand why there's any degrees of freedom here. Oh, because that construction line is a falsehood. Wait, you love Meta? Your best friend John Meta? Listen, I have a very staunch anti-billionaire policy. It's a blanket policy. Anybody who's listening is a billionaire. Sorry you have to hear this, but if you're a billionaire, I hate you. That's just, I don't know how to say it any other way. It's just how it is. Sorry to tell you that, but I'm not sorry. I'm actually not sorry at all. This line is supposed to be a construction line, and we wanted this to be 2 millimeters. 2 millimeters from here to here. Real official birdie, are you a billionaire? Because if you are, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. This is an extreme no billionaire zone. So we could do this, and then we could turn on the origin and then mirror this whole dude along this axis. That kind of does the job. The issue is I'm just a little worried about the extrude of those. Maybe I shouldn't be. I mean, I shouldn't be worried about it. It's going to be okay. Wait, falsify? Is that a word you just made up? Or is it a word that only millionaires know? Falsify? Is that what fools do? I think the spelling would be different. So we want to extrude from this surface, and this will be a join. That doesn't look right, does it? So just like that's what I was afraid of, though, because that's irritating. I guess you would ideally do this before. How would you do this? Because you kind of want it before the fillet, but you kind of want it after the shell. Unless you could, so you could pull this back here, which is, we're all gonna have a bad time. Unless we could have the shell. I think weirdly we have this selected. You're on thin ice, Roberta. You can be here while you're a millionaire. That's okay. But as soon as you're a billionaire, you're out of here. How can I not? I mean, that's not what we want to do. I made this cute little robot design a few years ago. So it was a drawing. It was a sketch a few years ago. And then, you know, a few years back, we made a little Unity version in Substance and Maya. And then I was thinking, I got a little 4-inch screen, wave share, this cute little 4-inch screen. So we're just gonna make a tiny version of this robot instead of this, because I have this thing up here that lets me know that my microphone's working. And we'll just have a little physical friend, like a little physical robot that will be the channel bot, but it will be real. We're reifying it. I actually don't know how to do this. Like it's the order of the fillet versus the shell. If I fill it after the shell, is that okay? I mean, it's not really. It sort of is. It just, you don't get the fillet on the inside, but maybe that's actually better. Is that better? It just makes that look very weak. I don't think that's good. What a tricky situation. I mean, I don't know. Tricky one. I think we can. I mean, also, it's definitely tricky for me because I don't know what I'm doing. It's just the interplay of the shell and the fillet and the extrude of this little tab give us this little goober here. Wait, no, no, no. We can avoid the goober, right? We can just start with object and start on this plane. That didn't work at all. And then extrude from here. And that's fine. No, it still does it. Why? Why? I guess the other option is like a 2mm offset. Seems like a strange way to do it. But a 2mm offset. From object. Doesn't that seem odd that I can't, that the extrusion, even when I pick this object, which I would have thought would be like the face, object, we have a profile planes. I mean, you know, we can do this and explicitly just set the 2mm offset, but it doesn't seem correct. Probably okay, but. And then what did we make that? We would kind of want this a grand total of 18, I guess, if we wanted it to be another 10mm beyond. That looks like a lot. Looks excessive. A little bit excessive. But it's the best idea I have right at this moment. And, you know, in reality, we probably want them on the sides too, just to act as little, little alignment blocks, sort of. That should mean that this is 25mm by 10mm, I think. Although I think I'm gonna just do it like this, and then it's essentially like a little 10 by 10 square. Or the target for our screws, I think, end up being, that looks right, 10 by 10mm square, which is plenty of room to have our screw holes. It's kind of another, oh boy, that's a whole thing. If we wanted to do the little inserts, that would be a whole other conversation about like what the depth of this would need to be. But, and actually we can't just use bolts easily because we won't be able to reach all of these. Oh, pardon me. Excuse me. I mean, I'm pretty okay with this. The real question is, do I now put the back in the front and make the front the back? That's the real. I kind of want to. You know? All it would really mean, could we do that? What would it mean? We brought the back in here. And I guess if we really wanted to, we could flip it. But say we didn't want to flip it. We just wanted to leave it just like that. Could we move this back in time? Have the back really early? Like essentially delete all of these operations. We're gonna have some new work we have to do, plainly. But do all of that. Redefine the sketch plane as this. Which I think is going to mostly be okay, except perhaps, actually that seems like it maintained everything in this case. And then the only thing that is missing is our extrude of these, whatever these are called. these things. What are these called? Extrude that up to, I guess it's 2 object. Is that, maybe that's what my misunderstanding was previously. And then we're gonna make that a cut operation. That's weird. Why don't you know what object you want to cut, you weirdo? Didn't we just put it on the face of... Is it on that face? Hold on. We want to extrude these. We want to cut. No target bodies found to intersect. Why would that be true? Oh, can I not cut? Can I not cut a linked object? Cannot cut into a linked assembly. Is that not possible? Show local components. That's frustrating. So you have to have it. I mean, that kind of just doesn't. That was kind of the whole point of what I just did. Which is fine. I can drive the plate into this assembly. Did I not do that? I thought I kind of did that. Did I not do that? Okay, let's try this again. Let's not have a linked assembly. We want to insert derive from back. And we just want, and do we want a component or we just want the body? We just want this body. And then we're back here. And now we have this derived body. And now we need, once again, to, we want to do that earlier. We want to redefine the sketch plane like that. Now we want to extrude these friends down. Okay, that's great. That's what I want. And we want to do okay. That let me use the back as the front or whatever. So that's actually better than I want, or that's closer to what I wanted without needing the. So it's not a linked assembly. It's that derived whatever. I have a derivative front. So I guess link is bidirectional. Is that the way to think of it? So now we should have, if we update these, get latest version. And it's all wrong. So cool. The first thing we inserted was this. Can you edit? You edit that? like the insertion of the front plate, or should we just redo it? Oh, that broke all of it. That just broke everything. You'd think you would be able to redo this, right? Like, you know, redo the thing. Why can't I? It's annoying. I was going to try to trick it and let me replace it with itself so I could redo. But I should have done a capture position, right? Shoot. Okay, let's try that again. Let me do this. I don't like this. I'm sure there's a more appropriate way. We'll do this. We will spin this. Oh. We will capture position. Now can we... This is all very exciting. How'd that get way over there? Move this. I don't really know. So we need to re-evaluate. That is very frustrating. Let's go back here. Let's try this for the 85th time. Move this component. Degree rotation, capture position. Okay, did we get it right this time? Maybe, possibly. So now you're very sad. But I think what we want is that. That is very wrong. Try to just recreate this. Okay, so what's our deal? We tried component 1, try this. It's just extremely broken, impressively broken. There's something just totally different about the orientation now. Seems possible, likely, perhaps. Make a joint, pick this like X down joint. Pick this joint, this X down joint. Almost. Actually, I accidentally chose the inner one. I think I'm okay with that. Oh. Very picky. Okay, try this again. Outer, but that's funny. Outer gives you Y up. Or sorry, X up, it seems. It's going to be upside down. Okay, that actually did work. It felt like it was going to be upside down because X was pointing in different ways, but what do I know? So let's try... to do that again. And let's add this joint here, here. And one more joint. And this, yeah, I don't know. This is more for visualization than anything, but I just want practice, you know? Just trying to. So when I really need to do this kind of thing, okay, so now you can see we have our little tabs. We don't have holes. We also have no facility for mounting the screen at all. But I still kind of want to just print it. Maybe. It kind of depends on how much filament it's going to use. I think it's pretty cute, personally. Pardon me. We need some like little panel mount USB thing, a few inches long or something, just so we can plug a USB. USB-C would be nice. Well, except there's no Raspberry Pi. Sorry, won't be USB-C if we use a Pi in here, which I think we will. Although, you know, what do you think? That's pretty cute. We gotta add some screw holes is a thing. The thing, yeah, I don't know. The screws are gonna be a little annoying. That does, I am realizing I just like made it so it won't sit flat on the ground, because it'll have a little nub, little lifts there, unless we countersink the screws, which we can do, but then we would need more depth in the material. Which these are all things we can do. Okay. You know, if I'm going to 3D print it, it'd be nice to like just kind of sort of be able to assemble it. So the issue here is you can see it would be quite easy to, we can add holes here. We can, you know, M3 screw, clearance holes on top. There'll be silly little screw holes on top, which is not terrific. That, I guess that is an advantage of if we did put the screw holes on the side. I think it would be less aesthetically pleasing, but would help us deal with, we wouldn't have to worry about the lift. It's not that big of a deal because we always had cute little feet on the bottom. Probably want cute little feet. But the biggest issue here, so if we wanted to do like threaded inserts M3, like M3 threaded inserts, we should probably just get some of these, right? And learn how to use them. The issue is going to be the depth of them. It seems like a terrible price. Heat set inserts. I think I only want M3. Too expensive. And I know there's of various sizes and qualities, but so these are the fancy. Never used these before. Doesn't seem too hard. Otherwise, we do some kind of like captive nut thing. We just slide it in the nut, which is a thing we could do. It's not too hard to do that. We have to get some more attractive screws. We need more attractive fastener. Why are these feel too expensive to me? I mean, I think it is terrible to buy stuff like that on Amazon. And not just because Amazon's terrible, but just because I think it's not a very good value generally. Like 10 of these should be $2. I mean, these seem very specifically designed. The problem is going to be shipping, right? Like shipping is going to be a kick in the pants, probably. Very lightweight orders. I'm not, I would kind of, I'm okay with moving my life away from Amazon as much as possible. And Amazon truly is terrible for like fasteners and parts and things like that. I guess this price is about right if you buy 100. These don't seem as nice as those other ones. Good ratings. I've been weirdly getting lots of UXL stuff. $10 for 120 is not awful. Reviews are not as great. Nut inserts, eh? Do I need a special... I mean, these have these fancy pants tips. Do I need special tips for this? I have to stop streaming shortly. 100 piece M3 by 4 millimeter thick. M3 by... What? Half millimeter? That can't be right. What dimension is being measured there? Hmm. $0.03 each. Could do this, could just direct thread it. That's what I'll do for now, I guess, is what I'll say. Is for now, especially for this prototype print, doesn't matter that much. That doesn't give us a lot of purchase, like it doesn't give us a lot of material to grasp, but I think it's gonna be okay. Let's go back to the back. So presumably, I am still allowed to... I don't know the best way to do this. This is kind of weird, actually. Like, because this is not a... I guess I could do a mirror features. So if... Okay, let's go back in time a little bit. So let's not mirror these things. Let's just have one. So, wait. What? We're extruded, very confused now. Did I not just delete that? Oh, it still exists. I see. Okay, so let's do this. That's going to break the extrude, but that's okay. We want to now add holes to this surface. Which this feels sort of crazy, but seems like the easiest way to do that is... surely there's a better way to do this, but oops. 5 millimeters, not 5 meters. Thanks. Now, why is that true? How come you know exactly where you are? Oh my gosh. Why? Why? Why do you know exactly where you are? Does that seem weird? How do you know that? What? How is that one? No, I'm very confused. Anyway, that gives us this. We can now pop holes in this, which I think we want to just try tapped. Here, here. Those look great. We want these to be M3, please. So we get little M3 holes. Just to be clear, this is a simple tapped M3.4. Oh, that was the pitch on 0.5. That's why. So now we get cute little tiny holes. So the thing I would like to do now is the following thing, which is, I think it's called a mirror features. Like, the mirror plane is this. The features, oh, it did let me. Wow, but it didn't mirror the holes. So how do I, but how do I, it didn't mirror the holes. Why didn't it mirror the holes? That seem weird? I did mirror features. Okay, but do those need to be two different mirrors? I guess that maybe that's the idea, is I need to mirror the extrude first. And then once I have mirrored the extrude, I independently can mirror the holes. Okay. Cute. Can I go back here and add a little fillet here? Not that I need one, but just want one because I like the word fillet. Stuff like that's a little tricky because it's like, oh no, we didn't mirror the fillet. That's kind of lame though. I don't understand why you can't like mirror more stuff. But are you really just like mirroring one feature at a time? Will this let us mirror more things? This work? Where is everybody today? Kagas took pain meds. Life is yours. Who knows what life is yours doing? Sleeping? Probably not. Okay. Well, we can always just do this. Doesn't seem like a good way to do it, but we can do this independently. Do our billets like that. So, and I think that if we did this correctly, which I do not claim that I have done, we can now, I don't know how to do this actually. Updated journal references. Okay, so that gives us this. We got our holes. It's very exciting. Kind of exciting. How cute that is. And now in our full assembly, we should be able to update, get latest version. So that gives us holes. We just don't have the holes in the, that's a little bit tricky. The holes in the sides, but I think that's okay, because I think what we can do now is try to do, I mean, something very similar to what we just did, is do our sketch here and add points, except it's not going to do, infuriating, you're the worst. Okay, a point there, and a point there. And dimension there. Why is that already dimensioned on that axis? I really don't understand. So we'll do that. Then we'll do our holes here and here. And we will say the depth of these holes is a 2. And we've said that it's 3 millimeter, etc., threaded, all that good stuff. So, and then if we have done this in a way that was correct, which again, no claims that I've done so, we can mirror this, mirror those across this plane, and hopefully get holes in the other side. Wow, look at that. My document limit has been reached. Uh-oh. Read only. I should have bought a subscription. I just didn't have any money when it was on sale. To wait till Black Friday or something for the next deal. Okay, so we have done that. We now go to our assembly. I have to leave soon, but I would like to start a test print of this just to see it, just to try it out. Okay. My printer is not, so I still am doing the thing where I take SD card back and forth. Most people don't hardwire to their PC because you want like a dedicated thing sending the G code. So the common thing would be to hook up a Raspberry Pi with Octopi, which I've done before, and then I keep stealing the Pi and using it for other stuff. Okay, did I do this correctly? Look at that, I think I did. Wow, Draclin, I did it. So the main problem here is that we don't actually have a strategy. I mean, I made a little buddy. How do you feel about little buddies? Look at that. It's like a transformer forming together. I think you actually can animate these in a weird way. Rigid. Okay, don't do that. Oh, thanks. Thanks for cute. We do. Maybe this will be the robot that also controls the 3D printer. I don't know. Maybe I just have these all over the apartment doing different things. Oh, thanks. See, the bot made this. Soon we'll be able to do that, the same thing, and we'll like show a little heart on the screen when we say that. Wouldn't that be so cute? As if the bot was a real person. Okay, so the thing is, I just want to know. I just want to know how bad it's going to be. We have done zero thinking of how we actually put the display in here. Oh, look how good that green thing looks. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Okay, well, two things. One, I think it would be interesting if it had its own camera on the robot, which I think is a good idea. But what if it also had its own embedded camera so it could see the world as well? That would be kind of weird. You could do like bot POV. Okay, I have some good news about this thing. One, it is so tiny, it fits on. This is going to be like not much bigger than a Game Boy, I think. It's so tiny, it does fit on the 3D printer bed, which is exciting. We have a lot of infill. Why do we have so much solid infill? I mean, we need it. We have a better pattern. I don't know if it's better. Wait, why is the infill solid? I guess because we said it has to be. Like, because we've said that we are with solid layers. What if it's 3 on top? That any better? I mean, that just gives us like one layer of infill. It helps some. It's going to be very thin. It's going to be a pretty thin-skinned little buddy. Okay, so I can't decide if I think just for the first test print, because the first test print is always a disaster, I will just print with the filament that's already in there. Just to like hold it in my hand and know the size. I also have no clue when we're actually going to get the display. I think it will be hard to make good choices. Oh, we're also in like super duper draft mode, huh? I don't understand why we didn't seem to save much time by forcing one layer of non-solid infill, like internal infill. I mean, would that be a bad idea to like bump these down to 2? Is that a poor choice? It just doesn't actually save that much time, so. I grew up with you on a pedestal of cool. I gotta find this album that I heard. It was like an album by a friend of a friend from like 15 years ago. And it was this person that recorded these songs. I think they were all songs about like being broken up with or being dumped, but they were like, one of them was about how she loved Tyrannosaurus Rex when she was a little cool kid, and then later learned in life that maybe it was a scavenger dinosaur and kind of fell out of love. Gotta find that album. I just remember that first little line. I grew up with you on a pedestal of cool. It's good. Where is she now? Hope, who was it? Who could have recorded that? Grew up with you on a pedestal of cool. Like, it's songs about breaking up T-Rex. It might be on my old iTunes library somewhere. Maybe that is something I could find. I mean, no one would know. It was just a friend of a friend recorded this album. It was a somewhat rhetorical question. Okay, so let's just try this. we'll start this print, and then I have to sign off, and then maybe later we will have another ridiculous. Hope we had the most ridiculous Sudoku stream last night. Someone, obvious, Owen was trying to torture me. Gave me a puzzle that was way too hard. It was a 4-star out of 5 puzzle, and I could barely do 2. But then it was like, I don't even know how to describe it. It was a ridiculous puzzle. Everything was fruit flavored. We had, for me, a sizable audience. And then I couldn't talk because it was too late. And so I'm like doing ASMR stream whispering. But it was a very triumphant moment. Draclin saw the whole thing. Draclin set up a string of alerts that woke up Life is Yours in Norway. Okay, let's print that. It's going to be a bad print. Okay, I do have to call it. I have to run. I will stream again later. Thanks everybody for stopping by. Life is Yours and Draclin, of course. I was thinking actually what I need is like 2 framed portraits of the 2 of you as the founders. Like, we're gonna put the pixel thing there, but maybe on the back of the door, just like a framed Draclin and a framed Life is Yours. That says our founders. And then let's think about that. I'm gonna have AI do it, Draclin. Thanks for stopping by, the 2 of you. What did we see? We saw Kages for a minute. Thanks for stopping by. I'm glad you at least are medicated. I hope you feel better. Thanks, Ben, for stopping by. You know, the real official birdie stopped by. I'm not even sure they actually are the real. I'm starting to wonder if the real official birdie isn't actually real or official. I mean, it's like a little too, like they're making the point a little too hard. Oh yeah, the purple lighting. That's dedicated to Life is Yours. Draclin, can I have a portrait of you? Or if you designed a portrait of yourself using like Stable Diffusion or something, and I framed it, could be like the Triceratops with the taco in it. Okay, I hit the wrong button. Okay, you're all the best. Goodbye. I'll see you next time.